Good morning, good times now, hello. Okay, everything works good. I'm kind of off center, hold up. There we go. I think that's... yeah. Alright, so... if you haven't noticed, I made some change to the starting screen. Very small. Just put some additional reference. And you guys got more cheese in the stream attack thing. I did it. I forced myself to do things. So there's that. I feel like I forgot to do some of the things I said I was gonna do, but progress is progress. Later! Jesus! Hi. How you doing? What should I wear? Kinda hard for me to say when I don't know your options. Hi. Hi, Roxy. I have all main colors options if you want to choose that. Black? Unless you have a Pride Month shirt. Hey, you asked me. Sorry. Hey, Cultist! Like it is.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll try. My coffee is kind of still very warm. There you go. Thank you. How's it going, you guys? Well, you have an okay week so far? Although, I guess we're getting kind of close to the end of it, if you think about it. Oh, one sec. Sorry, I had to shoot a dog. She was in my room. Will you guys give me a second to close my door? The cats don't really like the dog. I say close the door, but technically my dresser's too big and I can physically not close the door. So it's kind of just almost closed. I know what you said, but I heard had to shoot the dog. Sorry guys, I had to shoot the dog. It was time for her to go. No, my sister would never forgive me. I mean, I like dogs in general. I don't know that I like that dog though, but I had to shoot the dog, guys. It was the only way. Neither would I. You know, considering I live with my sister, I have a much harder time to deal with that than dealing with you not forgiving me space. But either way, I'm not a dog shooter, so it's fine. Still, I don't want her in my room. Aiming for 100? You got this. Maybe. It would be a shame if I started eating all of you guys' treat. Num 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 num. By the way, as promised, here are the slice of cheese. Look at those. They're all yours to jump on. You're welcome. JR, you're not even in there. You can't sling unless you jump. But yeah, I'm planning to finish Gravity Circuit today. I don't know if we'll continue and try to get as much achievement as possible, or if we're gonna switch to another game after that. I guess we'll see how I'm feeling once we finish the game. I don't know why I was gonna say Jesus again, I'm sorry. To be fair though, your name started with similar letters. Forgive me, have a free cheese. But yeah. What's up with you guys? Firstly, I've been looking for more Twitch streamer, and I actually found one today. I think it's a squid. No, wait, jellyfish. It's a jellyfish. I found a rainbow jellyfish. Well, black and rainbow. Pretty neat. I like when people make interesting avatar. I need to try to branch out and find more channel more often. I'm probably not gonna though. It takes battery I don't have most of the time. Not much for me. No, you've been safe since that one grocery trip. That's fair. Wait, wasn't that supposed to kill something? Oh, there you go. I guess I didn't do sideways. I need to learn more as a rigger too. Damn. But while we're talking about updates, is there anything else you guys would like to see on the channel? Anything you would find entertaining that isn't TTS? That's right, I'm still saying no to TTS. Yo, what? Oh, I almost forgot shit. I discovered something while I was making the cheese. Hold up. Was it with an S or without S? Hold up. It was without an S. Okay. Like, what the fuck is that? TBS I can understand saying no to. Yeah, there's multiple reasons for that. But also, most of the people that ask for TTS I don't trust. Not one bit. Right? Like, I didn't even know that was there. I just found it while I was looking for the event of, like, the star catching thing. To change it into cheese. Did that not work for you? Weird. Oh my god. I guess it's just a me privilege. Damn. You better be careful or I might explode you into fire. Jesus went fishing, went swimming with fishes. As food pellets. Oh no. I keep it in mind. I keep it in mind. I also used to be a slot machine, but I don't really like having gambling around. Even if I make gambling jokes from time to time. I am now fish bait, yes. We will catch a lot of salmon, hopefully. Salmon's back on the menu, boys. Fucking love salmon. I don't mind tuna, but I love salmon. Like you put some parmesan, some spices, some oil, some sweet potatoes. You envelop that into like aluminum. You shove it in the oven till everything's soft, and then you pull it out. It's delicious. I fucking love salmon. Salmon's delicious. Funnily enough, though, I'm not the biggest fan of raw fish, even if it's salmon. I like some meals that have raw fish, but it's not because of the raw fish, if that makes sense. Even though that's the reason those meals are super expensive. Salmon's pretty great. Yeah. But give me fried sushi, and oh boy. Hey, Manny! Good morning, lady in church. Yeah, church. Say hi. Pivot dinner that I love that has noodle, salmon, and dill flavor sauce. It's not crazy with the flavor though. I mean, some tart texture is enough to carry most of the meal, but I don't really have a whole lot of variety. There's no dinner around here. There's some, well, there's one dinner around here, sorry. But there's no other places. One dinner, then a bunch of factories, and 2 or 3 depth. Which are like tiny corner store. One of them calling itself a grocery store, but it's fake. It's a fake grocery store. It's like the equivalent of buying your groceries at the gas station. I have a cold? No! You need a heater? Hold up, I know what'll help. Come here, Manny. Get that cold out of you. Get that cold out of you. Come on, Manny. Oh, you're right. Fireworks would also possibly work. Would you like to see fireworks, Manny? Too bad I know why I'm doing it. Now your coffee's full of bacteria. No, it's not. Those are your souls, not your bodies. Your bodies are what's yucky. Now that I have this newfound power, I will most likely overuse it. You're welcome. This is the new replacement for yeet. Instead of yeeting you guys, I explode you into fireworks. That seems much better. For me, at least. Oh, ow. Hey, my arm. Damn it. Okay, we've been 20 minutes installing. Do you guys want to start a game already? I can start dipping, I guess. Oh wait, before I forget. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Yeah, okay. There you go. Y'all have been dipped. Event. And boop. I stopped the music. Alright. I did mute the game, so I could play the playlist, so let me just bring the music back. Round 14, let me know if I need to fix the sound or if the capture is not capturing properly. Welcome back. Ah, you have been busy. I heard you confronted the wave circuit. Medley always was a playful type, fooling around on the job. Her primary duty was to handle communication, but she just couldn't help herself from putting on a show every so often. This often led to her getting done slower, as you might expect. Not that anyone minded, her cheery spirit was hard to stay mad at. Cheer up, no need to be so glum, she would always say. I think that's the only one that makes sense in the, like, getting sad at for me. At least from his description. Care to take a look at my wares? We'll find out who this is eventually. Much obliged. Should be able to afford a part or two for myself with this. Anything else catching your fancy? Actually, I would like to go see the nurse first. Oh wait, no, the color thing. An energetic blue look that turns your jump into damaging pirouettes. How very dizzying. Damaging pirouettes. Wait, if I get double jump on that. Where is it? Does it make 2 damaging pirouettes? Oh, it does! I might try that. That sounds like fun. During shipping, we'll be careful in the wild. Good luck, Jesus! And may the force of your t-shirt be with you. And stay on you. Okay, that's what I have the money for. I still want that chip, man. It's right there. Maybe. Separable spin kick hits nearby enemy without launching. Erupting beam. The thing is, they move too much for me to feel comfortable using a beam. Ah, well. Try just once. Salutation, Kai! Here are the available mission. We're really just missing 2. But we could get money by redoing the others. The nearby mines have been taken over by the virus army. They seem mostly passive, but our tremor sensors are also going off. Such sudden tremors are surely caused by Crash, one of the rebel circuits. The virus army could eventually clear out on their own, but we would be powerless against Crash himself. So, go out there and put a stop to his drilling operation. Illegal operation, mind you. He never applied for a mining permit. That's the least of your problem. The shorts are definitely, sorry, the jumps are definitely shorter now. Not the biggest fan of that, but... Is that a temporary block? Yeah. Does my shield count as damage received, or...? What the... what was that? Okay. Hey, Shin! How's it going? Ah! Ah! He took my staff! Is that what you came back to say? Really? You think you're fine? Why tank? What happened? Came from the dog, have what I presume a spider bite on my leg. Oh. That's not super pleasant. Yeah, that's not usually a good sign. I miss the magnet right now. Yeah, that isn't sure either, so she gave me antibiotic cream. Eh, fair. Wonder if that hurts me if I fall down. I can do that too, assholes. Wait! Wait! Do I get my own drill thing? Now that I have this drilling thing, amazing! My drill! Give me back my drill! Give me back my drill! My drill! Yay! Don't touch my drill. Ow! Stop it! My drill! Actually, what's over there, though? That's suspicious as fuck. That's suspicious as fuck. I'm not crazy. Oh. Oh no. I missed a secret. Never mind, I didn't miss the secret. Nice. But my drill again. Why do you keep trying to take my drill away from me? I want my drill back. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Ow. Okay, well, I definitely couldn't have done that part with a drill. It's a ginger! Hey, Ginger! How you doing? Damn. Oh my god. Okay, I see what they want me to do. I don't like it, but I see it. Woo! Aha! Ow! You jerk! Whew, okay. Nice. I don't like this. Can't believe this game features Shin of the Steel variety, right? You guys should start getting your Shin merch. You're completely surrounded by no coffee. Damn. Imagine. Couldn't be me. Ah! Damn it. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, oh, what? What did I even do? Okay. I mean, sure. Oh, oh my god. You know, I think that might be my first energy upgrade I found. I'm not sure, but I think. Okay. I think I'm getting pretty good at this game. Ah. I retract what I said. Oh my god, please. Recommend you check the demo for a game called Hell Slave 2. I did, actually, because they reached out to me to play it. I did last week. And I gotta say, after playing the first one, the second one is a lot more fun, I think. I think they improved on it well. However, why the fuck are their head inflating? Why are their heads inflating? They did that in both games. When you breathe in, breathe out, your head does not inflate. That is not what the head does. Like, I love the art style apart from that, but why is... What? Okay, I'll calm down. I'm totally normal about this. I can't unsee it. It's just my head is a balloon and it goes... Phew, phew. Apart from that, the game is amazing. My drill! Your head doesn't become balloon cringe. I've always been cringe. I embrace it. I didn't have a single friend till way into adulthood. Or maybe late teenage years. I'm forever gonna be cringe. We know the drill. You better. Hi, D-Wolf. How you doing? Hope you and Marllon's are well. What's it? No, I want to stay in my drill. My drill. Oh, come on! No! I'm gonna go get a new drill. Didn't sleep that well? I'm sorry to hear that. Insomnia sucks. Why? I wasn't trying to live the drill. Why would you do that? What? I can self-destruct it? No! I wanted to heal! I wanted to heal! But... God damn it. The majority of the damage I've gotten on this floor is just me trying to hold on to my stupid drill. The mechs are taking over. Well, we're trying, man! Ah! Fuck you! Why? Why is he here? I'm gonna die. Because of this asshole. I'm gonna die because of this asshole. And my lack of skills. I'm dead. This level was going so smoothly before that. I don't think I need to go back here, but let's check anyway. Nope, I don't. Okay. Oh. My dumbass. There you go. He gets what he deserves. And what he deserves is death. Ah. You mean I'm supposed to be able to do all that road with a fucking drill? How? Hi, Blonde. I guess I didn't buy it then. Oh no, there it is. That don't feel like that changes the speed I fall enough to actually matter. Why? How you been? Anything good up with you? I'm dead. I'm totally dead. I'm dead. How are you? I'm dead. Is how I'm doing. Can you mid-jump menu? Yeah? Well, what would I do with that? Ah! Okay, that one's my bad. Have a good lurk. Just go back on the mech. He's right there. That's stupid. Oh, come on. If it wasn't for those, I'd be able to do the jump, I think. Wait, what? It's just a drill attack. Oh, damn it. Go, 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 go! I was almost... Ow! Motherfucker. I blame the shit for this. How is that fair? What? No! Come on! Why? Motherfucker! Oh my god, this is painful. Oh, no, no! Ah! No, you stay here. I've worked too hard for this. You're gonna fucking follow me because I said so, motherfucker. Oh, motherfucker. Time to give Lady a Maxim with drills. No! No! It's up there! Fucking bats! Oh my god! That took so long! Ah! It's fine. It's fine, I'm only pissed. Hey Gabby! Would you like a shout out? Oh my god. Because this game I had it in my library but never actually played it. It's a lot of fun if you like this type of game. Although a little short. No. I have mods. Don't worry about it. But also, Daddy, that's still my hands. That's still my hands, motherfucker. Still my hands. You know what? That's it. You're getting the fireworks treatment. Hi, Daddy. Oh, fuck. I forgot to target. I'm being shouted. Ah! You are. Get shouted at, nerd! Why won't it work on Daddy anymore? It worked on Jesus. I'm confused. Oh, you didn't join. Oh, that explains it. Let's try again. There you go. Whee! The soundtrack is great, yes. I don't have a lot of complaint about this. There's some level design that pisses me off, but like, not enough to make me want to not play it. some level design, not like the entire. No! Like this right here. Oh my god, I'm already sick of it. No, fuck off. Ugh. To you too, GR. Why are you making me do this? The fact that there's tears on that emote's eyes. Man, yeah, someone, I'm remembering it, so that's why I'm talking about it. But someone compared my my out of here emote to a butthole, and now I want to get rid of it. I've never been so insulted. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it! Whatever. Wait, what? Well, that was a quick one. Try to. Oh, jeez. Alright, second try then. The fuck you mean before it's too late? Good work out there. The tremors have stopped. That should teach everyone a lesson. Illegal drilling always keeps me up at night. Let me know when you are ready to tackle the next mission. Almost there, Masakai. Just a little more. Want to take a look at my channel list? Did I not overkill 250 enemies yet? That's crazy. One for every occasion. I'm getting there. Powerful ranged look that makes you feel heavy and increase hookshot length. Hold down direction to fall faster. Watch what you storm. Wish I could change outside of here. Ah, you have been busy. I heard you confronted the brake circuit. Crash always was a relaxed and to hurt type. He got along well with others well, often listening to others' woes. As such, he often ended up as the mediator when needed. If not for any other reason than his size, he's good at intimidation. Given his softer personality, he didn't like acting tough. But he knew some things required a more brute force approach. Oh, I think that's enough reminiscing about the past. Just send them to me, I'll paint them. Nothing quite like the pressure of doing things for other people. Almost there. I'm broke. Despite his small size, he's quite the grumpy one. Before the virus army first appeared, you usually saw him hanging around with Wave Circuit. Almost like a little grumpy mascot of sort for her. That was one thing they won't take space. They will be sold the instant they're painted. Wait, who's buying them? But I guess Wave Circuit managed to soften his grumpy little core. She always had quite a playful and carefree attitude after all. No clue, someone. If I go by my experience of selling stuff on Facebook, good luck with that. That and your latest finding in our research companion. Here's what we know so far. Fuck all! Good old fuck all! You're welcome. How am I missing so many? The fuck? Damn it! I do a weird diorama with the things so people will be more interested. That's fair. I mean, it's definitely of a... It's definitely got a... What's the word for that? Clientele? There's definitely interest for it, it's just... From what I know, a lot of people just buy their own. And, like, paint it themselves. I feel like there's gonna be a plot twist revealed as soon as I beat the last one. Firewalls can keep him from entering the system, but who knows for how long. The plot reveal, Colonel will be the popcorn. Colonel will be something. He's been acting suspicious. But knowing his trick, he is probably hiding somewhere. Possibly even in the cyberspace. So go after him and put an end to his hacking attempts. I just don't want him snooping through my files. Take on this mission? Very well. Prepare for transfer. Oh, he's the first one that actually looks like a villain. What's with that smile? I don't like fetching the money myself. There you go. The hell is that? Oh, okay. But which way? Oh, I don't know if I like that. Oh, okay, so those are good to know. What? Okay, not here. Can't blame me for trying. Ah! How the fuck? Come on! Can I do it with a mouse? No. It's like, nah. It's either up or side. Fucker. Ah! I wanted though. What happened if I... Okay. Hey! It hurt a little bit, but I did it. What if there's something up there? Otherwise, why would the line be here? Aha! What the hell is that? What did I do? Oh, okay. Oh, so I have to reset the blue first.
You will know the tragic extent of my failings.
What the fuck was that? Hi, Rio! How you doing? Okay, what was that? I saw a ghost. I think that's the boss. Just taunting us with hacking. You're good, didn't get beat up by enemies for once. I hope the games are fun. Hey, it was fun until it wasn't. I got pretty peeved at a certain part of the level. Ah, damn it. Yeah, been there and done that. Let's stand there. But if you need a raid and fade, I totally get it. And thank you for the raid. For those that don't know me, hi, I'm Lady Dizot666. I'm a VRT streamer. I stream Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday to Saturday from 11 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm also an artist open for commission. If you'd like to be a little ghost cat on the screen, it's commission point join. And if you'd like to set your pronouns for the chat widget, we use a ledger. But you can also do exclamation point pronouns with an S. And you'll get the link in chat. And get beat up, that's no fun. Well, I mean, that really depends on who you're talking for, isn't it? Some people like not to get beat up, believe it or not. You masochist and sadist. The hell? Oh, teleporter. Okay, so that was really a trouser processing. Well, shit. Where does it go up there? Okay. Let's find out. Lucky for me, I'm curious enough that I didn't need instruction for that. Hey, Evie. What? He keeps laughing at me when I get hurt by the spike! The fucking asshole! Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, no. Now I don't know if there's a secret spot there. God damn it. What the? Oh, you dick! Like him already. Of course you do, you fucking troll. Hi, peace. Motherfucker. Alright, the next one. Why is there so many spikes at the top? Ah! Think for us! Think for us! Think for us! Think for us! He's here today, Tinker. What is your thought of the day? Well, what's your top please? For real? Damn, you're not even in there. Ooh. I hate the couch. Why? What did the couch do to you? God damn it. Bacteria counts as macroflora, and we have bacteria in us along with meat and water and minerals. Are we soup? If you're going with that logic, everything is soup, isn't it? You're technically a fucking flesh shoot covered like 90% with blood. So you're kind of like a blood soup. A blood and microbe soup. With a little bit of meat and bones. So kind of a broth, maybe. Yep, bag soup. You're welcome. The couch has squared feet, and I'm not wearing any flip-flop or shoes. Kick the leg of the couch so hard. You deserve it. Oh, maybe not that one, Evie. I don't really like that joke, if I'm honest. Oh, that fucker. How the hell? Oh, that explains it. Okay, last one. What the heck? Oh, I hate this. No! No! Ah. Oh, you piece of shit. Fuck off. Hey, can we go now? Thank you. Fuck! What now? Turn hood. Sorry, P. Ah. Motherfucker! I'm out. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, focus. Or dive. That would work too. I would... It's fine. Spend some money. Reset. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Finally. When in doubt, brute force it. Oh, they're adding a new collar now. God damn it! When in doubt, pull on... Piss, no! I feel like this game seems easier. Explain. Easier than how I'm playing it, or it seems easier than when you thought it was, or easier than Mega Man? I wouldn't know. I've never grew up with Mega Man. I've never played it. Huh. That was a stupid move. I locked myself out. Fuck you! Okay. I hate that I made the same mistake twice. Okay. Just kill me. And greeting me with that shit? Fuck you. That's rude. I did terrible in this one. What a bothersome intruder you are, Kai. Don't you realize just how much I worked on those traps? I don't have time for your games, Hash. Games? Bah, you single processor fools don't understand my artistry. Actions are harming others. How can I call that art? You underclock scrap, clouding your senses with necessary details. I believe some calibrations are in order. So he's the mad scientist type. It's like the killer. Ooh! Oh no, I hate that! Punish Hash for laughing at you. Oh, that's an achievement? Oh, come on! No! I hated that. Incomprehensible! My calculations said I was sure to win. Soon, very soon. Soon what? Okay. Well, that should be all of them. Oh. I fucking knew it. He is exactly the type of people that in the zombie apocalypse would get you fucking killed. God damn it. Sir? That is not sir anymore. I will obey. Don't tell me he killed everyone. I need to know who's under that fucking cape. It's Dio. Your mom is Dio! Oh, he's alive. Huh. You know, that would explain. What? What? Huh? What happened here? Colonel, he took the circuit and, well, we tried to stop him, but we were no match for him. He transferred out of here, and I got followed after him. I see. Where did they head off to? The Ark. Master Kai, sir. The Ark? What is that? Oh, it's a huge structure we found before the virus army first attacked. Right, I remember now. The rebel circuit have been nothing but a distraction. The Ark is the source of the virus army. They must have been hiding there all along, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But then, why would Colonel go there? I don't know what he's planning, but I have a bad feeling about this. I'll go after him. Sir, yes sir, whenever you are ready to head out, let me know. While you're gone, we'll hold down the fort over here. Yeah, because you've been holding down the fort so well. Those virus army cronies are no match for us. I hope. Keep hoping. It's Tree Toaster in a trench coat! Man, if it was Tree Toaster in a trench coat, I would get so many toast. It's worse than that. One of my new PCs here. You have fun doing that, please. Master Kai, thank you. We won't let you down. Man, you were supposed to guard those. Oh, but Colonel, why? As a member of Guardian Corp, I should have been able to stop him. Am I not strong enough? No. You're fucking weak. No, this is real bad. Someone took the circuit while I was looking. You weren't even fucking looking? Oh, Colonel would be bad at me. Colonel's the one that took them. Idiot. I have no idea what made Colonel snap like that, but can anyone really blame him? He's been swarmed with all this virus army business, leaving him with little time to relax. The burden of his responsibility would certainly strain anyone's service. The way he's had his unique mannerism, he was always looking out for us. Hope he can find some inner peace wherever he is. But never mind that. I'm here for a new coat of paint, are you? Well, yeah, it's Prim. Of course. What's the other tree skin? A slight ping that makes you capable of phasing through obstacle. Press up and jump to activate. I'm sorry, what? What? Oh, damn it. Oh. I just want to get through this! I'm supposed to pass through obstacles! That's not fair! Mr. Nega stormed off in an awful hurry. Before he did, he handed some data chips to me. As far as I can tell, they seem to describe various techniques. He told me to sell them off to you for a price, so if you happen to need his ware, just let me know. Yeah, I know. Take your fist elsewhere. Blah, blah, blah. That was supposed to take me through items. An object. What? I want that chip! Sorry. I do feel scammed. And now he's got so many more techniques that I have to buy, and I won't have the money for them all. Damn it! I don't have the money for that. Oh, let's check downstairs before I forget. Oh dear, what's this ruckus about Colonel disappearing? That sounds very worrisome. Me and him go way back. We both used to be boss working in construction, erecting many buildings throughout the city. However, when the virus army first appeared, he organized the evacuation effort. As such, it's all thanks to him that I'm still operational today. So terrorism is what led to him becoming the leader of Guardian Corps when you circuits were absent. I hope he will be alright. No. No, he's not. Wait, you knew? Oh gosh, he went to the cyberspace? I'm jealous. That place seemed like a dream come true to a data nerd like me. After the first virus army conflict, when my mentor Hash disappeared, we lost all access to cyberspace and with it most of our data. That's why Alfie started using these books, as he calls them. They're fine, but without cyberspace, our historical records are out of reach. Once this is all over, can you maybe help me with getting to cyberspace? Pretty please? What? You? Registration complete. Welcome, Gravity Circuit. We are COM, the program governing the Combat Memory Bank. It is our duty to collect your combat data and catalog them here. With these records, you can re-experience a past encounter. Feel free to use these facilities to hone your skill. To begin, step up inside and choose which encounter to simulate. Your best time will be saved on record. Good luck. The fact that he actually hid that. Bro, that's crazy. Of all the places, why would you hide it there? These are the coordinated Colonel used when he disappeared near the Ark. From what we can tell from here, the area is swarming with virus army soldiers. With the interference they are causing, I'm afraid we can't transfer you here directly. It's fine. I'll find my way through. Yes, sir! Master Kai! Just be careful out there, okay? Okay, well, can't blame me for looking. Stop bullying me, asshole. Stop it! Okay. I can't imagine doing this whole level without receiving any damage. That seems like crazy talk. Oh my god. No, I'm trying to hook. Thank you. Ah! Gosh darn it. I'm aiming straight up, please. I hate my life. Ah! I'm literally gonna die from being unable to hook. It's great. It's great. I love this. Maybe being pink was a mistake. At least I'm still good at pogoing. Why? Okay. You piece of shit. Ah! Why? Oh! Okay. Fuck you. Barb thing doesn't last long enough to do the entire thing with just that. Thank you. Drill! That's bullshit! Bruh. Why to tell me you don't want me to take the drill with me? Okay. Hey, Hitman, have a good look. Okay. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. Ow! Asshole! Okay. Fuck off. What now? Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't like this. Robert, I don't like this rock. It's pissing me off. Okay. Hey, I kind of made it. Barely. Alright. Ow. Oh, come on! What an asshole. You deserve that. You deserve getting beaten up. Rude. Bruh. Thank you for the bad pad. What am I looking at? Okay. Ah! Wait, I'm the same color than the soldiers, actually, now that I look at it. Oh. Oh my god, please. Thank you. Okay. Wait, what? How the fuck? How did that one go? You know what? It's fine. Damn. Anything else? Answer is no. Okay. I had to try. Lovely. crazy. You stop falling into the abyss? Ah! I wanna go home. That wasn't it. Oh, I forgot if I let go. I'm fine. I hate my life. I don't want to rip. This move had potential, but I think it's just annoying me at this point. Wait! Why can't I double jump after I've been on the air thing? I get it doesn't matter. A death's a death. I believe. Quit doing that. Statistics are not in your favor. Throw me one more time, Black. See what happens. Oh my god, finally. Okay. Oh my god, I made it to the boss. Yeah. Okay. What now? I haven't found a single secret, so I hope there wasn't supposed to be any. Mega? That fool must have already gone further inside the yard. Yeah, seems like you already caught up to me. Gravity circuit. Do tell! How's that body of yours treating you? His body? What do you mean? Overwhelming strength, incredible speed. Oh, good luck with work, Evie! Amazing abilities. It all makes you feel truly invisible, doesn't it? I'm sorry, did you see me go through this level? Because I guarantee you I was not feeling invincible. And yet, even without that power, your memory banks ring empty. It's a shame, really, having such potential, but not knowing where it came from. Let alone how it actually works. What are you getting at? I'll show you. It is time you learn the truth. No. Who the fuck is that? Does my appearance surprise you? No. To be surprised, I would have to have any idea of what I look at. What? Who are you? What are you? Wait, why are you so confused? It's just another man. It's simple. I am the original gravity circuit. You don't even look the same. Or more accurately, one of its previous hosts. What? Host? You mean there are others? There were others, but unfortunately they are all long gone now. You don't mean... They've met unfortunate fates, yes. That circuit on your forehead. It's not like the others. Where the others are passive after their host perish, yours has desires. It actively tries to seek a host body, so to ensure someone is always wielding it. In a way that accomplishes this is where its namesake comes from. With the power of gravity, it can attract the required material for a new host. Loose parts, various scrap, raw or remnant of your foes. It doesn't matter where those materials come from. Sometimes, it might even claim the body of a nearby bot altogether. In the circuit's programming, it's all fair game. So then, what's happened years ago was... They didn't retrieve the bot, they only retrieved the circuit. Back then, at the end of the first Virus Army conflict, this body of mine was in pretty banged up shape, barely functional. However, instead of destructing, this body ran out of juice to keep going. Without any power to send a copy command, the circuit thought I was already gone. If that command doesn't run, the circuit won't carry any memories of its previous host. That's ultimately what trapped me into this body. Learned that the hard way. And that's when I came into the picture. Mega is your previous body. Apparently, but am I actually my circuit? Or am I the body? That brings that question. Yes, you were just an ordinary bot who picked up an opportune time to show up. But that's what I would like to say anyway. But I don't know how many hosts you have been through. Or what you were doing before the Virus Army showed up, for that matter. I don't know. By the time I knew what was happening, I was already fighting the Virus Army. Then it must have been his signal that reawakened us both. His signal? What are you talking about? There's a great enemy lurking ahead, stronger than anything you have faced. The very source of the Virus Army. His signal has the power to control it in its entirety. But both bodies side by side are the same. Maybe, but we don't share the same memories. For all I know, we might not even have the same personalities. And if the circuit itself can move on to a new host, then was it ever even part of the host to start with? Or are we just inhabited by a parasite with that has desire but doesn't necessarily have memory or personality that much? And if it has desires, then what the fuck is its desire? So I was roaming the wilderness mindlessly until he sent out the Virus Army? Precisely. His power should not be underestimated. No question! There's so many! As the original gravity circuit, it is my duty to ensure you are up to the task. So, show me you are worthy, other me. I don't want to do that. Oh! Oh! Okay, now he's getting technique. Fuck. Oh! Wait. Did he kill me or did I kill him? Oh! What? Okay, that was definitely a death. God damn! So purple with purple, it's hard to follow who's whose. Listen. It's not my fault if I'm fighting me. I guess I'm my own worst enemy, man. I'm trying one more time and then I'm having a lunch break. Run! Oh my god! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, fuck off! Oh, okay. I'm gonna struggle with that fight. The third phase is a little much for me. It's a very fun boss fight though. It's interesting. I was definitely not expecting that twist. I was expecting a twist, but not that one, funnily enough. I guess it makes sense with him reminiscing about the thing. I thought he was just a missing member of the team that didn't end up being, like, corrupted or something. Which, it is, just not, you know. You get it. Anyway. Let me put some music. And give you guys a boss battle. And I'll see you guys after my lunch break. Man, thank you for your patience. Okay, I didn't miss one. Is you're either being bummed just because Block likes bunking people, or you're being bummed for the toaster? It's one of the two. Patience? Who's Patience? Yeah, Mom! Oh! Like I said, it's one of the two. But it's my toaster! So? I'm being bullied? You're being bullied. Life caught for a K. You're being bullied for having the emote that implies suicide. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life in general also? Right. Sound. That'd be a good start. Imagine having your toaster stolen. That's crazy. Hey, we don't lick people without consent here. Thank you. Just duel like normal people. I can't. He just gets them for free, man! Ah! It's not fair! Ah, do it again. Hey, 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 hey! Who will live? Who will die? Who will own a toaster? It's peace! Don't start fight, you can't win. my god! Wait, you forgot the commands? Okay, I did not add Xbox game, so I don't know what the fuck that one is doing there. What? Ignore that one. I don't know why it's there. Maybe since the Mix It Up update? I don't know. That's weird. The you know the balance of the eyes, you just do exclamation point and then cheese. It's just exclamation point and then the name of the points, which is cheese. If you mean for stream avatar. He's bald, I don't like it. Well, too bad, I just gave him that new haircut, come on. You truly have surpassed me, I feel bad. Oh, you know, now they do look alike, yeah. I think you're ready to face him. But first, I think it may be best for you to head back to the HQ for now. Now what about you? Heh, don't you worry about me. This body might be all banged up, but it's nothing I can't recover from. Now, you go on ahead. I'll catch up to you later. The zero? Well, yeah, you don't have to duel for money. Heh, better you worry about your own pain, Gravity Circuit. Then what you're just gonna keep calling yourself Nega? Okay. I feel bad. I can't use Coma? Nah. Nope. Welcome back, Master Kaiser. How did it go? Did you find Colonel? Unfortunately, no. He has already gone further inside the Ark. Oh, just what is he doing? I don't know, but I hope I can reach him in time. Alright, let me know when you are ready to go again, Master Kaiser. I would care more about what you say if you didn't always say the same thing. A menacingly dark look that lowers your defense. Not the brightest idea. Oh my god, I can look black! For no reason! It doesn't even help me! Ah! I mean, he talked about making a new emote, so I would assume yes. How the fuck do I get these? More than halfway to the needed fun. Hey, you got this. I need to ask someone that knows about computer what piece I should be looking for. Hi, Taco! That's right, peace and space. Isn't that crazy? This is still making me angry. Ah! It's right there! Okay. You know what, let's make this game last. Let's try to get completion stuff. Probably quite a few peeps here, Ken. I don't know about quite a few peeps, but... Okay, not here. We're looking for anything suspicious, guys. Oh, there goes my no damage run. I'm kidding, that would never happen. My favorite confused cultist. How many cultists do you know that are also confused? Now I have questions. Okay, fuck off. I'm trying to be so careful. Okay. The company founded by streamer, YouTuber, amongst gold. I feel like someone talked about that before. Was it you, Peace? Wait, what? Can I restart? Press are hella expensive though. Oof. Never mind then. I mean, sure, but even if everything's expensive, if I can save like some bucks from taking the cheaper option, I'll take it. I don't have an hourly wage, man. Ah! Motherfucker. Cheaper to get Starforge PC for me, so... why it's like putting my own PC together, going nuts with cable. Not me. I think I would easily get overwhelmed looking at everything. And when I get overwhelmed, I overwhelmed or overstimulated, I get very fucking snappy and irritated. It's not good to deal with. Ah, there you go. Fucking know it. Oh, I've already grabbed it. Oh, damn it. I just don't want to do it this time. I would get bored just looking at pretty things, so it's not worth it. As long as it performs how I want. Oh, come on. I don't get bored looking at pretty things necessarily, because I'm very much someone who likes going strong in the aesthetic. Which I can't show you because my camera's already used my avatar, so it would not be possible for me to just show you my room, but... I think it would be a good example to show you what I mean when I say aesthetic importance to me. My PC isn't aesthetic though. It was whatever I could afford. When you have to manage money, you can't afford to be picky. I'll be on the way with a travel bag filled with cable tie. Let's go! What kind of custom case did you get? Oh, I know about that. About the custom case? My PC ain't that great either, but yeah, Linux still saved it. Now I can boot stream in game, and so happy for that at least. Yeah. I mean, at the risk of jinxing me, I got it to a point where it doesn't really seem to crash anymore, but I'm still struggling with everything disconnecting regularly. Which drives me a little insane. Ow. I haven't seen any more new secrets. I know I'm missing one. So that's gonna piss me off for a while. It's not here either. Lovely. I can pass the time? Sorry, what? I don't get that one. I have the newest version of Cooler Master Cosmos full tower case. Only customized thing I did was the water cooling for the CPU and GPU. Is that better? I redacted? There you go. Oh my god. Why? Might be a Microsoft thing. When I had Windows, my USB hub that I bought would not work and shit. Still does it on Linux. It works great. I'm just scared of struggling with Linux, I guess. Played in Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 yesterday. Nice! Are you gonna start playing the multiplayer part then? I got her too? Aw, I thought that was new. What the fuck? It's disappointingly short. I have no one to play with, so no. I mean, you could always play with randos, but yeah, it's definitely more fun with people you know. Sorry, I'm looking at this. Bros! Gravity dust! No, you! Oh! Okay, I passed the link to Cooler Master website to show the case. It should pass Sincere Mod. Wow. I'm really outdoing myself performance-wise. You just wait. I'm doing so good. I'm lying. Okay, I'm not seeing any cracks here. Seriously though, where's the last one? What am I missing? Oh my god. That looks like a toaster. Hold on. Now I'm curious. I wasn't gonna look at it. Also, don't say toaster. Peace might get that one. I mean, it looks fine. I like that there's handles. That makes it more convenient when you have to move the PC. If I had to get a new case personally, what I would be looking for is more a USB port, because I do not want any USB port extension anymore. If I could just plug everything directly in the computer instead, that would be great. It has 2 handles to compress the bread. To make sure your toasts are nice and flat. My black and pink shirt is still on me. Ooh, cool. Let's keep it that way. Okay, is this a no, that's not what I asked you to do. Wait, is a gear straightener a toaster for your hair? Oh, a hair straightener. I mean, I guess? Isn't a toaster just a tiny grill, if you think about it? Where it grills on both sides? Blasphemy. Well, I mean, I did play Blasphemous. Blasphemy is news to me. Oh, wow. Okay. See, that one is done too. What the fuck? What am I missing here? I legitimately hate that. What's the point of this side? Okay. Oh my god. That's rude. Water cooling runs pretty silently. I shall record the case while running Subnautica 2 so I hear you for yourself. I mean, if you want to. I haven't found a single additional secret. That pisses me off. Overkill 250. I mean, at least I got something, I guess. I didn't find any additional secret, and that pisses me off. Damn it, I have so many emotes. I had 3 toasters and a trench coat. Warhammer-esque book about proper toaster conduct called Codex Atostus. Of course you do. Oh, talking about Warhammer stuff. Did you see my Sister Battle Armor that I made recently? Recently here? What? I think it's 8? Yeah. I got a skull under my foot. It's not perfect, but it's something. The push configuration of the fan, if you calculate the most efficient way by adding and subtracting the cubic meter of air that goes and gets pushed in, but enough about that. No, it's too late. Now we have to call you nerd. Nerd! Although the chat is comprised of a lot of nerds. If only I had nerd candy though. Noise Adam, thank you! I worked hard on it. I do feel like it's missing something, but eh. Black, you have no place to say that. You're a nerd too, goddammit! There, Brent. Hi. How's it going, everybody? We have a nerd fight currently going on in the chat, I guess. Where is it? What Lindy's fit? Oh no, I didn't send anything. I was just swearing it. Hold up. I guess you didn't see it. There you go. Let me put myself in just chatting so you have a better view, I guess. Bigger. Ah! Did you see it now? Sorry, I went on Discord. I can't forgive you. It's time for firework. Firework! Is that Gambison? When? Who's Gambison? Oh wow, I'm totally off. Hold on. This is a legit question. I'm not good with names. Anopes? Okay. Where's it? Whee! Oh yeah, it's totally Gamma Sunday. Boop. There you go. And a yeet? Okay. Someone's being a little greedy. Head roaster? Alright. It seems like Chad being like, pay attention to me! Ah! You asked for this, dude. Say hi to space for me. No, I can't redeem senpai. That sounds like a you problem. Man, imagine being cool. Back to work. Good luck, Rose. Well, I'm not seeing any cracks. Okay, so that's a no-go. Unless... Oh! No, that's not what I meant to do. I'm trying to turn into a pink ball, damn it. Nope. This thing said I could pass through objects, and so far I haven't been able to pass through shit with it. I'm a little annoyed. That's a lot of pink water. I went overboard. Ow! God damn it. Okay. That's not an enemy, is it? Okay. Yeah. Damn. Okay. Ow. Defeat 50 enemy with thrown object. Look at them go! I am looking at them. Which one allows me to just stick to the wall? Citizen Sleeper on Epic is free. I don't get anything on Epic. But thank you for letting us know. That is appreciated. That is considered a classic. For the pictures, huh? Fair. There you go. Ah, damn it. It's okay. People that are interested will just look it up, man. You don't need to know anything about the game. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. Good, good, perfect. Thank you. Nothing here, good to know. Hey Dad, that's for hurting me, asshole. Oh my god. No cracks now. So far, so good. Oh, yeah. No! Oh my god. Was about to be it for me. Ah! It isn't for me. Ah! Rude. Score is something. Ow! Fuck's sake. I was right there! Okay. Okay. Ah, fuck that. Oh! Ah! Ooh, that saved my life. Okay. This might be boss time. Colonel, wait! Scrap! I was too late. I better not have to fight all of them at the same time. Whining, intruder detected. Engage circuit extraction protocol. Target gravity circuit. Guess I'll have to deal with you first. No? Oh my god. Okay. This is gonna be a long fight, I think. Fuck you. Don't make me pull out the middle finger, I'll do it. I don't like when you guys troll me. What? Oh, that's a hacker one. Okay. Oh, no. No, that's something different. Okay. Okay, now blue. Oh, wrong one. Ah. I need coffee. That's a lot, man. Oh, do they stay broken once I've beaten them? Look, the two symbols are black. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily feel good. Oh, wrong one! Okay, well, another rip. I don't like the winter one. I kinda deal with ammo. I kinda get what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not doing it properly. Fuck you. Okay. Yeah, his design's pretty nice. Wait, I thought I beat the year though. Maybe I was wrong. I could have sworn. Man. Oh boy. And I'm good. Saves after you beat every two. Oh great. I brute force a lot of these bots. Okay. Okay. And a 1. Oh, I don't remember pink at all. Oh, that's not so bad. Like the boss itself. Ooh, okay. Oh, fuck off! I'm dead. I didn't like that boss the first time. I don't like him now. Prepare for a lot of swear words. Ah, fuck's sake. Will you switch already? Thank you. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Right, I have to repeat them. Oh no! Ah. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Okay, boss time. Ah, I forgot. Okay, she's done. Okay, boss time again. Okay. Go boss. Nice boss. No, this is not what Colonel turned into. This is something else. Eh. Okay. Okay. Boss. No! Yeah. So progress is progress. Where's my weird orb thing when I need it? Jeez. Like, I'm pressing the same damn thing every time, and it just sometimes will go like, nah, I don't feel like it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, last one. Ah! Asshole! Hey. God, it's getting pricier. Ow. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Alright, Boston. Oh, I know I wanted to heal, damn it. I hate that boss. Coffee break. Hey, okay. Well, here we go again. Alright, bust him. Okay, one done. Woo! Damn it! Yes! Yeah, fuck you, dude. Oh, that took forever, man. Jesus. This is guy returning to base. No reward, no reward. Well, I'm sorry. This thing took time, man. Welcome back, Master Kai, sir. Any luck with finding Colonel this time? I saw him, but unfortunately he managed to slip away. A flip reminder, if you like the flip, Brown made that flip. It's a good flip. Burns a good artist. Oh, this is all so stressful. Hmm? Wait. Something is coming. Wait, what? I'm not even gonna get to buy my upgrade? Come on. An earthquake? What's happening? The Ark. Something must have activated there. If I can check the ground all the way here, it must be something huge. Huge. Hi, Crazy. Apple one. I go take care of it. Oh, of course, Master Kai. Just let me know when you're ready. I'm not ready. Damn. I'm pretty sure this is one of the paint, chip. I'm certain. But it won't do any progress anymore. And I don't know how to get through it. And it pisses me off. Anyone knows? That earthquake. Did Colonel maybe have something to do with it? That big fool. Even after his betrayal, I hope he's safe. Well, I don't think he's himself right now. Oh, who the hell? Who are you? Oh, thank you for rescuing me from those awful junk buns in the junkyard. Their ghastly appearance overwhelmed my logic circuit, effectively paralyzing my service. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but I just couldn't. Thankfully, you found me just in time before it was too late. Your bravery and courage is truly inspirational. Oh, inspiring even. Could learn a lot from you. Oh, hey, money. Here comes the money. Money, 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 money. Have an enemy. Have an enemy. Unless that's a paint chip. Probably not, though. Damn it. Red Cookie is telling me after a mission you can just punch it out and it will progress. Wait, how did I miss 2 here? Ooh, why are those cables wiggling? Ugh. Something weirdly gross about it. What? How? Oh, I guess it's a one-way thing. Ooh? Oh, Nega. Ah, glad to see you made it, Gravity Circuit. Your target lies down below, behind these security gates. We'll need to work together to unlock them. Pick a side. I'll handle the other. Good luck. Finally, some NPC that actually helps around instead of just offering stuff and telling me to do things. So, yeah? Some people are saying you need to collect all the robots from the stages. Oh god. That's a big ask, but I'll try. Nothing better happened to other me, man. Oh no. I need to reactivate something, isn't it? I need to restart it all if I touch a laser? Ugh. Bruh. Oh boy. What's a little sanity loss for the sake of progressing in video games? Or CVs. Yeah, no, I got it. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh. Why? Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm not missing a whole lot if that's the case, but it's still like how the fuck do I get the others? Okay, I know what to expect. Not a concrete proof that it's that though, because it's very little people saying it's to collect all the robots. Huh. I don't know what to think about that. Okay, nothing there. I had to make sure, man. Fuck off. You know what? Fuck it. There's this, I don't know, mid-grade Super Sentai stuff. I mean, I'm close to the end of it. So, not terrible. Ah. How you doing, Raskus? Plus a little completionist never hurt nobody. Completionism has hurt me many times, you liar. Hey, Raskus, I'm sorry to ask you that, but, I feel like I remember you streaming. Do you stream? Never heard. I'm nobody? I see how it is. Wow. Can't believe one of my best friends would call me a nobody. Via Discord. Fire. I guess my memory fucked with me then. Never mind. Forget I said anything. I've considered it on occasion though. Haven't looked into anything regarding video recording. That's fair. I'm gonna preface this with saying it's not really for everybody. And you're certainly likely to start with not a lot of people, if at all, watching the stream. Which can be a little demoralizing at first. But it can be a lot of fun. Alright, this side now. Speedrunners with all the rescues. Okay. You. It's too warm. Let me lower the AC temperature. I don't need heat on top of frustration. You'd think the fact that we have a week-long rain weather would help with the fact that it's too fucking hot. You would be wrong. You would be very wrong. Well, it's week-long rain for the most part, and high heat, or at least it feels like high heat. To be found on the second floor, so that doesn't help. Anyways, going back to an early question, doing good. Just munching on some focaccia and pepperoni. Pepperoni. Well, now I'm gonna go this side, because I went the other side last. I want to know if it's there. The drill! It's drill time, baby! Ah! My drill! Not again! I have my phone on me. I guess I could look at what the internet says my temperature is. We're not piercing to heaven with this one. No, we're not. Come on, weather thing. Do your thing. Any day now. You think you'd recommend this game for me? Yeah? I think you'd had fun. You'd probably even do better than me. I got it for free on Steam though because it was on sale. I don't know if it still is. It's kind of why I have the bot saying the free stuff on sharing is caring. So people can just go and grab the stuff. Let's see. Is it still? free until 6/14. No, sorry. Okay, it says 19 feels like 21. Personally, I feel like it feels like 30 rather than 21, but there you go. Now you know my temperature in Celsius. That is not cool. It's cooler than what you have, but it's not cool. I want 15. I want 10 to 15, man. Ladies first. Just because it's warmer where you are does not mean that it's cold where I am. There's nothing pleasant about a 22, Cultist. You're also just used to disgusting weather. I was better in winter. At least I could just put more layers when it was fucking minus 30. Ugh. Misty rain. It's not nice. It's just humid at that point. What do you mean nice misty rain? That's only nice if you're outside having the rain on you. Oh my god, you... Again, it's only cold because you're comparing it. It is not a cold weather by itself. It's only because it's compared to 42. But it is not a cold weather. Everyone has different weathers that they're used to, and different temperature that they're used to and have preferred. And that's fair. But 22 is not cold. 0 and under is cold. I will slap you guys with a stick. I'll do it. Get timed out! Have fun in your cold corner. Oh, that's annoying. I missed my drill. Is it me or is that part different? Ow. It's probably me. I don't have the patience for this. I really don't. I need a minute. I'm just getting too frustrated. I have a better way out or something. That's how I felt with Darkest Dungeon. I think inside of the Darkest Dungeon I get it, because my first experience with it was kind of hell. You struggle with finding zones right here. Damn, I can't believe I'm still alive. It's crazy. Oh, I killed space. No more space for you guys, only time. Please, congratulations, you're today most valued chatter. I was so close. I'm not ready yet. Have some cheese. The valid liquor today. No comment. Okay. There you go. Taking a deep breath. I'm gonna try again. From cookies to cheese? Well, see, we're having a lot of joke with the cheese where people slap cheese at me to fade me. And that used to be cookies, right? But no one brings cookies anymore, so we switch it to cheese. If I'm honest, I like it better that way anyway, because the cookies being circular made them moving around kind of boring, I think. But having the cheese literally like twirl around is a lot more interesting to look at, in my personal opinion. Appease? Okay. Whee! 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 Boop. There you go. fuck off. That's where I came from. I'm just stupid. Fuck off. Her look like a shredder? Oh, you think? How goes it? Some parts of the map annoyed me so much that now just anyone antagonizing me is driving me off the edge is great. I love that for us. That's fine, I'll calm down in a minute. I just need to be careful I don't turn into an asshole. Again. Sir, could you not? Damn it. Bussin'? Hello? Pokemon Ranger? I wouldn't know, I haven't played it. That's a lot of walk, it makes me very suspicious. Oh jeez, that's big. Colonel! Oh, is that you, Kai? We have been waiting for you. We? It's literally called a virus thing, like, what? Bruh. Did that mental sleep? He's possessed! He literally has a bug on his head! The Ark, it's moving! You don't say. Yes, it is time for us to go. Gravity circuit. Oh, jeez. Go where? What are you doing to the Ark? With the Ark. Oh, don't tell me you have forgotten who you really are. Or our mission. Who the hell are you? We've had a lot of title card, Lucy. Mission? Just who are you? You hurt me, Gravity Circuit. Just like how the others did too. You didn't answer my question. Very well. I am Commander Circuit. The 10th circuit of this arc. The 10th circuit? Indeed. Each arc is given 10 circuit to govern over a great mission. The one entrusted to us by our esteemed master. That is, until you nine decided to abandon it all and bury me here with the Ark. So, this is all in the name of revenge? Precisely. We traveled together throughout space for many, many millennia. Why the fuck did we betray him then? Claiming great many planets and shaping them to suit the needs of our masters. But once we arrive on this despicable, desolate rock, you all changed. You wanted to stay! Abandon our mission!
Thank you for the money, assholes!
Thank you for the bits. It was most illogical, absurd even. Instead of fulfilling your duty, you wanted to be worshipped. I wouldn't go that far. By those pathetic, low-spec bots of all things. They are nothing but disposable workers. Mere heaps of scrap. The Ark makes dozens of them automatically whenever we land. There's nothing special about them. They're just recycled trash. Why would you ever want or even need their worship? You even adopted common names like Kai and Cable. So to appear like benevolent masters to them. I don't think they were masters. A guardian corpse? It's all a sham. Absolutely disgusting. You simply wanted glory when our masters ignored you. All because you failed your duty. And worse yet, you modified the common bots to suppress my powers. Took me a fair while to hack and control this fool over here. But no matter, once the Ark is in orbit, we can put this all behind us. Those puny bots will deactivate, leaving them to collect dust. What? Deactivate? All of them? What about the circuit? The Ark, my body, maintains a planet-wide signal. Without it, common bots fall into sleep mode to await the arrival of our masters. And that's why you chose to bury me, to prevent the inevitable. But in your lunacy, you forgot to turn off my subsystem, allowing me to use my bot creation facilities without interference. Biding my time, I amassed an army of my own to destroy what you had built. With the element of surprise on my side, I was able to pick you out one by one. Soon, I had all my circuits in my hand, except for one. You wretched gravity circuit. Even in defeat, your abilities allowed you to constantly escape my grasp. Eventually, I ran out of soldiers to send after you. So, I had to rebuild my army. But this time, I brainwashed the other circuits to be on my side. They didn't obey my orders to find and bring you in, but no matter. With this bot's help, I could lure you in here. So even with the brainwashing, they wouldn't get him back here? That's crazy. Wait, lure me in? You wanted me to come here? Yes. I need your circuit, as per program protocol. Nyar cannot take off to space without Alsequit's present. How lucky of me that you came here of your own accord. You couldn't have made this any easier for me. No! You can't do this! Oh? You still dare to oppose our great mission. Very well. I'll let this fool take care of you, while I plot a course out for this system. What? You're gonna give me a big-ass giant head in the background and I'm gonna fight Colonel? Bruh. Colonel, you must fight this influence! Yeah, in the power of friendship or whatever. I'm just like gonna eat shit and die, isn't it? Yep, I'm gonna eat shit and die. I got power suplex! Maybe it's time I put the toaster in the bed. Cursive! Oh my god, why? Why I don't like this? Don't remove my space! Yeah, just leave me and let me play alone. Grab this? No. Vent. I'm kidding. No one can remove me? They just did. I think you're lying. Oh my god! Who the fuck are the masters anyway? Oh god. Okay. Great. I swear to god, if it sends me back to Colonel. Nope. Nah. Mm-mm. Maybe another day, not right now. I don't care. You know. I could. I don't want to, though. I finally repressed memory of this fight. Nah, you totally got it first shot. I believe. Okay. Have a few cheese in the meantime. We'll have a poll to see what we do now. I need a break from this. I don't want to do this fight anymore. I'm too frustrated, and it's starting to show. Well, it's been starting to show for a while, but yeah. Let's see.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Thank you for the hydrant. Please by 2. Very smart. Have a nice death, maybe? I might uninstall Mutinics. I'm not really feeling playing it, to be honest. And I haven't for a while. Undermine 2. And Vampire Crawler. I put Darkest Dungeon, but I don't feel like being antagonized right now. You guys have 5 minutes. Vote whatever you want. If you want to vote, obviously. Yeah, thanks for the hug. Sorry if I've been a dick for the past hour or two. Hopefully I haven't. I do enjoy the game for the most part, but that was too bullshit for me. It was a little too BS. No need to apologize ever. I disagree. I do think I need to take accountability from action when I realize if I fucked up. I don't always realize that I fucked up, but that's why I'm counting on you guys for not just excusing everything I do, you know? If I just make it my style games are brutal, yeah, this is I hate fighting 2 bosses in a row. That's bullshit. I love that Ginger got Finn in one of her emotes. It's adorable. Everybody Circle definitely nailed that old school difficulty and frustration. Well, Block said it looked easier than some of the Mega Men he played. So, I mean, there's that. I don't know if the end is easier, but that... The boss did end up getting beat pretty quickly. Like, I'm only on my 2nd stream. So if the entire thing was harder, it would have taken longer, I think. I have a question about Darkest Dungeon 2, if you can help. I can try. I barely remember Darkest Dungeon 2, to be honest. I'm gonna ask you a question. It's been a bit. We should maybe go back to Darkest Dungeon 2 at one point. Oh, Darkest Dungeon? Well, same answer, though. Ask your question. I'll see if I can answer. For all Mega Man games outside of like Mega Man 3, I found them much easier overall. Mega Man was hacking mean. Damn. Is there a benefit to keeping starting character alive through the whole game? I think you might have an achievement, but that's about it. Game-wise, there's no benefit. I'm just attached to those characters. No, there's only one ending. You're good. You don't need to worry about it. I mean, the whole game encourages you to play as if all the characters are disposable, so keeping the characters from the start is really just for flex purpose. It reminds me of Mega Man X, something that is rewarding to get better at. I do feel like the hook is a little stiff for me, but I got a couple of level where I got pretty good at it until I got the pink skin at least. I feel like the two different skill kind of clash against each other just a little bit, if you know what I mean. But I should probably remove it for the last battle because it doesn't seem like it's gonna be super useful there. My favorites are the Starting Knight, the Hellion Jester, and the Gravedigger. I'm not a big fan of Gravedigger as a class, to be honest. Like, they're okay, but they're more like a... They're very much a side character for me, skill-wise. They don't do anything well enough to really, like, make me desperately want to have them on my team. Have a nice day? Okay. I could have the name wrong. I don't think so. Pickaxe, fancy hat, long hair. Sounds about right to you? All I know is she has amazing dodge ability. I barely use the dodge, to be honest. If anything, I use the Highwayman with his dodge more than the Gravedigger. The Shield Breaker is also great because she has blocks, which mean even if she doesn't dodge, she just doesn't receive any damage, which is always nice. Leper is strong, but he needs more accuracy. The Plague Doctor is nice because she has amazing blight. Vestal has good healing. The Cultist has occasionally amazing healing, but he's more of a gambling healer. However, I tend to use him for damage also more than I do for the Vestal, so... let me start a game. Hellion I'm warming up to, but she's not my favorite fighter. Crusader is always nice. He's kind of like a jack of all trades. He can stress heal, he can attack, he can tank. So you can build him multiple different ways. I don't like the what's her name? You know, the one that uses incense. I don't really like her. She buffs everyone dodge, but she just... Yeah. Let's just say I wouldn't regularly take her out. Well, she ends up a traitor in the second one, so. There you go. I also don't remember them. That's fair. That's okay. Excuse me, let me go back to the. There you go. Thank you.
Welcome to the afterlife.
Welcome to the afterlife, guys. I don't know if wake up is a proper word here, but fair. Patrick, can you smell a sort of funny smell? I hope it doesn't put off the costumers. The costumers? You mean the dead people? No, you must be talking about Patrick's famous chili, the light version. It's a surprise for my colleagues. Makes a change from pickle sandwich. Well, apparently, if it's not gonna be good. If it already smells bad. Don't you worry about the smell, Mr. CEO, sir. I'm going to put it in the break room fridge at my next break. You mean the fire and brimstone? It's a recipe I got from Mom. Mom needs to be a better cook. Yes, very well, Patrick. I'll leave you in charge of all that. I don't know what I'll have yet. Are we on to your mark? Good. I wish you luck on your next hunt. I should have taken the spell damage thing. No secret so far. I thought that was something. Oh, that fight. I've never won that fight a single time so far. I can try though. Ow. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Damn it! I was so close! Nah. Well, that good. I'm used to failure at this point.
Welcome to the afterlife.
Failure? Yeah, that's me. I identify as a failure. You may call me Failure Dies a Lot. Or Lady Failure Dies a Lot. You're welcome. Hi, Ender. I will not. Fine. Jerry, could you help me find my scrapbook, rainy day confetti? I'm too busy with customers. I spent my last break in Deathwing's garden, and I can't remember whether or not I brought it back with me. I think I'm going to help you find that ridiculous book with those photos of me in it. You've got another thing coming, Picasso. Come on, please. I'm too busy with customers. Can you think I'm not busy? No. Okay, what you got? Hmm. Okay, equipment. Let's hope for cloak attacks, I guess. Not the beast! Alright. I got the beast. I swear last time I thought they were a mosquito for some reason. Oh, janitor. Okay. Okay, I'm almost dead, however, I did beat him. Hmm. I guess Solary. I need more money, man. Huh. Could you not? I just healed. God damn it. Oh, okay. That wasn't much. I tried. Another bag? I'm totally gonna lose them, isn't it? No, never mind. No. Do it? No. No thank you. I don't want to lose my bags.
Welcome home, such as it is.
Shen, thank you for the sub. Are you on the wheel? You are not. Let's put you on there. There you go. You know, maybe one day I'll spin that. Maybe one day I'll spin that. Maybe not. Shin, give me your grub. Run, Shin! Run! Escape with your grub! But also, what's your grub? What are you eating?
What are you doing here?
I've escaped.
Huh? You think you can just come up in my stream like that out of nowhere?
Oh, did I change my category right? Yeah, I did. I'm rated. How dare you finish early? I was supposed to raid you! I will have my revenge. Time to stream more? Bruh. Early? Yes, early. You usually finish after me. I don't care what time it is when you finish. You finish usually after me. You don't get to save. No. No. You finished early. You go back in there. Go back out there and stream. Taking damage no longer interrupts your combo. Gain inflation damage. Gain transfer or grant you no. Quick, raid them back. You know, I would, but that seems kind of rude. Had the stream longer. I regret nothing. No regrets. Jesus Christ, my eyes! Wait, what? What happened to you? Huh? Did you damage your eyes? I'm still gonna need those, dude. Don't damage them. You forced me. Technically, you still had the illusion of free will, so no. The card flashbang? I didn't even register it. I'm sorry. It will happen again. We have free will? Excuse you, Shin. I said illusion of free will. You know, like those choice game where the ending doesn't matter because regardless of what you chose, it's the same. Oh, that's just left, yeah. Oh my god, when are you planning on getting back to work? Really don't want to argue. I swear on my mother's life, boss. You go back to sleep in your office. I don't think my choice mattered too much. Yeah, that's why I said illusion of free will. Technically. Mines are already damaged. What do you mean? They cooked and lasered. Just because they're already damaged doesn't mean that you should damage them more. Those are mine by law now. I would like you to take care of them while you have them. Shake my hand. Can't believe my eyes host is just damaging their eyeballs. Smell of extinction? Damn. Yeah, should have a collab when you're actually calling each other down the entire time. It's a catastrophe, Joe! Look at what you done! But how is that my fault? If you hadn't sneezed, my chili wouldn't be ruined. If you didn't make it so spicy, I wouldn't have sneezed, Mr. No Grip Strength in my sausage finger. Wow. I do not have sausage finger. Nah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Patrick spilled chili. A total waste that heals your injury by 15%. I mean, a meal is a meal, guys. Don't look at me. Don't tell Uncle, but they did the company's messaging server. Version 2.3 wasn't that bad. If we played a RE4 co-op mod, I couldn't call him Stinkon or Stinkster. Like slime, delicious. We will never agree on that one. There's no way slime is delicious. No way. Just for one, because this texture would be fucking nasty. It is. Again, we will never agree on that one. You can eat whatever you want, just never offer me a plate, Jesus. Actually, don't invite me to eat either. It's like Boba. I hate Boba, motherfucker! I've told you that before! Literally, I will have boba tea, and I will ask them no boba to the boba tea. Or if they put boba tea, I will drink the entire liquid, and then leave the boba tea pearl to anyone that wants them, or throw them away. I will literally waste it, because that's how much I don't like the bobas. Okay, there we are. Next is... let's go to the clothes store. Okay, that's an arena? Easy! You know, I completely forgot to do the intro, so I'm just not gonna do it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, nine's pretty smooth, man. Good job. Must have been all of this walking on space thing. I'm copying cursive. Mm-hmm. And this is a pain in the ass, but extra perk. Copy. Wait, hold up. I'm on the right. Copy this. No. Okay, I stopped. I did. Good job. Fuck you, Candace. Launch several deadly butterfly. Gain 5% chance of dealing pierce, steel, plus 10 bonus damage. I guess. Alright, that could have went better, I think, but I'm alive. There you go, yeah. Alright, to reroll, that's not bad. Ooh. Excuse me. Office. Alright, I'm not doing too terrible, so that's nice. Hell yeah! Hey. Am I doing a good job? Are you proud? Are you guys proud of me? Oh, it's A. I want lifesteal. Yeah. Make them bleed and I get lifesteal? I'm like a vampire. I'm not a vampire, but I feel like one. Sometimes I sleep on me, 'cause I hate myself. I only have 115. Oh. I would love to go to the control room, but it's so money hungry, man. I'll have like one item upgrade and that's it. More bleed! Hi, Tristle! Let's go with that one. Oh, maybe. Where did my other one go, though? Weird. Oh, there it is. See, that was a lot more productive than if I went to control room. Yeah. Now this is the point where I might die. Drinking more than 30 Haracolas may lead to. I don't drink them, I kill them. I don't drink the stuff, good grief. What? What's this? Start a prediction? Okay, that's kind of an awful timing, but, what is it? What's your prediction? I paused for you, so you better make it quick. The lady die, yes or no? Okay. I feel like that's half of the prediction we've ever had here. You guys have exactly 1 minute to decide whether I will die or not. Make your choices. Hey, alpaca! Someone turned off my ad blocker. I am. Is the prediction over already? Choose prediction of do not choose outcome. I did not die, so there you go. Congrats to whatever amount of believers there was. I didn't check. You got points. Maybe. Damn, 99% of you voted no? Y'all you do realize I'm named Dies a lot, right? Y'all believe a little too much. Jesus Christ. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in Steve. Sorry. The fuck are you doing here? Through her work, rise up the ancestral lifeblood, the original belief, the primordial accumulation, the subconscious thought that breathed life into the world. Overconvoluted, like always. I don't want to talk to him. I feel like the game must be interesting too. Yeah, I was expecting it like at least somewhere around 50-50, but apparently not. No, too much believers. I saw that. This is probably the most secret room I've had in one run in a while. Or maybe forever even. I was back to Sulfur be... Oh, well, enjoy Sulfur. Glad I'm not the only one playing it. Oh, there goes my bag. Let's go for the vault. I could use more money. Okay. There's so much stuff everywhere. Hmm. I know triggering floor is just random challenge, so let's not. I usually fail those. Nice, okay. Will you stop hurting me? Jesus. Oh, nice. That's a suspicious floor, but I don't have a healing thing, so. Okay. You go back to that other spot that I suspected might be a secret room. It is not. Okay. So it just has a random web thing going on for nothing. Cool. Love those. I say sarcastically. I hope that doesn't replace the other Retaliate. I feel like that's a pretty appropriate biome to take right after fast food one. They kind of go hand in hand. Ah. Ow! Ah, damn it! I wish I had a double jump. Ah! I'm not surprised by the result, but I am disappointed. Okay, I can't take any damage. Got it. Cucumber seeds with blue cheese sauce. Ugh. I don't know if Mark will want to add that as a new topping for his free pretzel pumpkin. I think it's a bit much. Yeah. Considering that that Quinn used all of the toppings as their favorite topping choice, I don't think Quinn has good taste. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think Quinn has good taste. I hate to say it, because Quinn is adorable, but Quinn has terrible fucking taste. God damn. Well, shit. But I had the shield thing! Does that not count? I guess it doesn't count for the challenge. That's kind of disappointing. Oh? I got a book! Damn it! Cheese? Where? Yeah. When did you give it? Why didn't you tell me? Damn, I was hoping for magic, but alright. Is that? Yep, looks like it. Hey, well, at least we have a decent amount of enemies, so we can heal for next one. No secret walls here. Oh. Okay. Goodbye. Ta-da! Increase mana by 10, why not? Can I have spells yet? Oh. Nothing here. Hello. Okay. I mean, I'm not bad about it. It's pretty good. Okay, next is I'm gonna take the Prismium. God. I wanted equipment, but that'd be silly to not take the Prismium. So much rainbow, I love it. Yeah, it's for Prima. How you been? Do you want to shout out? Oh, damn. Okay. Been trying to catch your stream, but time zone, don't worry about it. I'm never gonna give you a shit for missing my streams. But I appreciate it when you make it. There you go. I was right. Shit. Worth it. Maybe the secret to having enough money for upgrades is finding more secrets. I can go to the control room if I want to, and if it shows up, at least. Or shop. Shop also works. Beep, 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 beep. Well, but I don't need a heal. Deal damage after 5 stack. Applies an effect when side or cloak weapon strikes an enemy target. Yeah, if you have a fatal attack. Survive a fatal attack if you have more than 1 HP. Can only trigger once per game. Fair. Are you enjoying it? I like it, but I find it difficult, so it's definitely more of a if you want a challenge kind of situation. I haven't had a single win yet. It's been a couple of games. To say the least. But as far as roguelikes are, it's enjoyable. It does cover team like depression and suicide. Not like up front, but you'll know when you see the enemy usually. Ah. Gargoyles, same time spell. Yep. The fact that he hasn't just fired him yet. Alright. More health! Max HP. And 5% chance of. I don't like percent chance. I think that's kind of stupid. More max mana. Gain retrain. Retrain deals 10 bonus damage by changing weapon in the middle of a combo. Eh. Nope, that's it. I mean, that suits me just fine. I happen to like my my roguelike to be challenging, but it's a fair warning, I think, to give to people, depending on what they're looking for when they search for a roguelike. Because there's definitely some easier than others. Okay. Fast! Mr. Osha said I was part of the expendable 33% of the Think Next redundancy scheme. But, meant Mr. Hunk, right? Right, yep. I wish I had double jump. God. That would make my life so much easier. first reroll. Good, good, good. Wait, that's it? Okay. I need a cloak store. I can't just keep going with just the dagger, man. That ain't gonna work. I think after this game I might read it. It is 5:34. Although I could keep going till 6, but I don't know. I'll think about it. Oh my god. I'm getting my ass kicked. Please stop. Man, I went from full health and full heal to fucking no. It's great. It's amazing. I love that. Nothing here. I hate that I went into magic build and then the game is like, oh, you want weapon, right? Fuck you, game. Every time. Oh, it is dude. Okay. Not sure what I was supposed to do here. Yep, I still don't know what to do with this dude. How am I alive? Ah, damn it. Okay, one more. One last one. One last one. And then I stop. Fast hand? Honestly, I hate that I have to basically just get to the other side of his body and then go back afterwards just in time to dodge him. One more! Just one more, man. The last one. Just the last one. One more. No more after that. Frederick, your photo album. What a relief! Actually, it's called a scrapbook, Mr. CEO, sir. By the way, I think the ribbons and glitter around your portrait on page 32 really brings out your complexion, don't you? No. I wouldn't know. You're the expert, Patrick. In any case, thanks a million. Have some enema for the road. Hey. Hey. Deal 35% bonus damage? Why not? That's the equipment storage. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't do the ultimate for this weapon before. Okay. What the? Anything up there? No. Okay, never mind. Shockwave? Okay. Fuck all here. Good. Love going out of my way to check places and finding nothing. Hey, that's an upgrade, really. kinda wish there was more than one, but... Hey, Quinn! Ow. Oh my god, stop fucking up! Oh! I panicked. I always panic. Ah! Don't be like me, guys. Don't panic while you're fighting. It's stupid. You're not helping yourself. Hey, well, that was another rip.
Welcome to the afterlife.
Did I look like a little panic tea? Shit. Alright. It's almost 6. Let's read you guys out. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had fun. Let's see who we can raid you guys to. We have Cultist playing games and demos. We have Camilla. It says in real life. Oh, she's building a sewing cabinet. We have Gappy playing Resident Evil 2. We have William doing art. We got Mickey William playing Dead by Daylight. We have Entitled Gamer playing Scamline. You guys have any preference? How do I do? But I'll give you a chance to vote. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for being there, guys. English choice. Well, I'm definitely going to Cold System. I know, shockers. As a shout out, this is where we're going because it doesn't take you with us. You guys know the tune. Thank you for keeping me company. I hope you had a good time. Take care of yourself. Have a good time zone. And I'll see you next time. Bye, guys!